Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Science, Technology, and Energy on this Monday, April 13th. Isn't it amazing how much better the world feels when it's springtime? Before we get started this morning, I'd like everybody to rise and please join Representative Kaplan as he leads us in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're here this morning for an executive session on several Senate bills, a total of 8 Senate bills, in fact. 3 of those Senate bills are early bills that must be done today. It is our goal, however, to do all 8 bills today. And we hope we will succeed in accomplishing that task. We have a couple of visitors this morning, some substitutes on one side of the caucus aisle over there. Connie Lane, Representative Connie Lane, welcome Connie, and Representative Fred Davis. So welcome to you both. Nice to have you with ST&E. Now, the plan this morning is to exec a couple of bills early, and then we're going to take a 45-minute to 1-hour caucus break so that the two sides can get together and decide just exactly what their course of action is going to be on the remaining bills. So that will occur sometime probably around 9:30-ish. Before we get there, we're going to have a couple of announcements. The first one is about our May 11th tour of some hydroelectric facilities, and I recognize Representative Mattson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we were understanding that there would be a van available, but evidently they have discontinued that program. It's been several years, so everybody will need to be there by themselves. You can carpool, however you want to do it. Carpooling, so I figure that if we all meet here and go up as a group, we need to be at the Moore Dam at 9:30. They do require an identification. Go from Moore Dam to Littleton, to the Wilder Dam, and we'll have lunch. Heidi here? No. Lunch will be provided, and we're expecting to be done at 2:30, thereabouts. So if anybody has an evening meeting, you have plenty of time to get there. So the biggest thing is, to double up with your carpooling and stuff like that. And I have a list of people that are going, and I have a couple of people I haven't heard from. So that's about it. Any questions?
Do you know the approximate driving time from here to?
I think it's like an hour and a half from Concord.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Anybody have any questions about the hydroelectric dam tour? All right, second thing I'd like to discuss briefly is, since this is the second year of the biennium, we traditionally end our activity for the second year and the biennium itself by having a committee lunch. And Representative Vice Chair Thomas will organize that lunch. The last couple of years, I think we've had it at Angelina's downtown. Anybody have any strong feelings about a date or a location for the lunch?
I like Angelina's. Yeah, good food.
Okay, there's one vote for Angelina's. What's your feeling about a date? Sometime in May, maybe? Toward the end of May? I'll try to see if I can come up with some kind of committee activity that could happen that morning so that we'd have something to do besides just go out to lunch. So we'll work on that. Paintball? That sounds exciting. Vice Chair Thomas?
Yeah, I'll check. I could check later on today. I don't know if Angelina's is open on Monday or not. I'll check on that, just to be sure. Because in the past, we used to meet on Tuesdays before we came over here. So let me check on that and see.
Well, we could meet on a Tuesday
True,
as
that's,
well. So, because we do that occasionally. Okay, any further discussion? If there's no public discussion on this issue, you can always touch base with Vice Chair Thomas privately if you have any suggestions or ideas about getting together for lunch.
and that also includes our staff people. We always invite them as well.
Yes, that's a good point. It's a Dutch treat lunch, but we do invite our staffer, committee researcher Davis Allen, and committee admin Robin Bach to lunch with us, and we pick up the tab for them. So that's the way we do it. All right. I guess we can now move on to our agenda, which is a series of Senate bills. There are 3 Senate bills here that are early bills. Senate Bill 538 FN, extending net metering eligibility terms for municipal energy projects. Senate Bill 540 FN, relative to portable solar generation devices. And Senate Bill 590, relative to electric aggregation plans. I point those out because it is imperative that we make sure that we finish those bills today and exec those bills today. We could, if necessary, although I hope it isn't necessary, we could delay some of the other bills, but those 3 bills in particular absolutely have to get done today. So with that, I'd like to open an executive session on Senate Bill 447, enabling electric utilities to own, operate, and offer advanced nuclear resources and relative to purchase power agreements for electric distribution utilities and limitations on community customer generators. And I'm going to move ITL on this bill, and I recognize Representative Notter.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL for Senate Bill 447. The overriding reason for the ITL motion is that this bill was apparently cobbled together at the last minute in the Senate, and it has many omissions from the earlier bills that attempted to do what this bill does. It also seems to have some extraneous additions that were never particularly vetted well enough to be considered. So it seems that this bill is kind of a mishmash that the Senate threw together at the last minute to make sure that they had something to go with on this subject. But we have non-concurred and requested a committee of conference on House Bill 221, which was the other vehicle that the Senate assembled to do what this bill does. And that bill is much closer to what we want. And there's a few adjustments that we might need to make in a committee of conference, but otherwise we think that bill will move forward. And so as a result, we see no reason to move this bill forward. So with that, I'll open it up for committee discussion. Representative Harrington.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I don't like about this bill, but let's just start with the beginning on line 7, development of reliable sources of low-cost electricity. And we're talking about a lot about advanced nuclear facilities. And since none of these have been built, making the statement they're going to be low cost, I think, is a real stretch. So that would be one thing I would disagree with. Going down, having the Department of Energy outreach programs to inform and educate the public, particularly regarding safety with regard to nuclear power. I don't think the Department of Energy should be focusing on any particular type of energy and saying, well, this one's better than the other because of whatever. That's just not their function. And then just the increases across the board from 100 to 500 kilowatts, extending the net metering host to any I guess basically any college in the state. It's kind of what it says here, nonprofit educational institution. I don't even know how many that is or where the expansion could be, but I mean, sure, we're talking 5, maybe 10, maybe more institutions that could now all of a sudden go on the net metering bandwagon. So I'm opposed to this bill I could go on, but I won't.
Further discussion? Representative McGee.
Yeah, I think Representative Harrington's comments about the contents of the bill shows that it is, is kind of a catch-all for a bunch of efforts that had happened in prior bills in terms of the desires of both sides to have a vehicle to put these things in. And as the chairman mentioned, HB 221 is the preferred vehicle for the committee of conference where the discussion will happen around what is actually going to land in the bill. This bill just is a no-go as is, so I think the ITL is appropriate.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Chairman Vosa's assessment. I do want to reiterate, though, that this in no way reflects any degree of anti-nuclear energy in the future for the state. It's just that this bill is just not the vehicle at the time, and the other vehicles, the other bills are a better way to express what we want to do moving forward. So I just want to make that point.
Further discussion? Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that this is not the preferred vehicle, but I do want to just acknowledge that some of the provisions in this Senate bill around net metering do seem favorable to a lot of the stakeholders that have come before us in public hearings for this bill and other bills. So it's a shame that some of those provisions won't be furthered along.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of the motion of ITL for Senate Bill 447, sorry.
447. Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes?
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deshanier,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Corman,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
20-0. Or 18-0, right? Yeah. How many do we have? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Okay, by a vote of 18 to nothing, the committee adopts the motion of ITL on Senate Bill 447. I will author the committee report, and without objection, this will go on consent.
No objection.
Okay, that one's done. Close the executive session on Senate Bill 447. All right, next I'd like to open an exec session on Senate Bill 589 FN and recognize Representative McGee for a motion.
589. Well, yeah, no, I have it right here.
Well, I originally had Representative Corman down to make the motion, but then I realized that Representative McGee has the amendment,
Yes.
so I thought it made more sense to call on her first.
Yes, so I'd like to make a motion to present an amendment on SB 589 FN.
With a recommendation of ought to pass as amended?
Yes, with a recommendation of OTPA.
Okay. So is there a second? I recognize Representative Bernardi.
I'll second the motion, but I need the amendment number.
Yeah, I have it right here.
Okay, it's moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of OTPA on Senate Bill 589. Now I'll recognize Representative McGee to present an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the amendment number for SB 589FN is 2026-1385H. So 1385H. I will.
What was
And
the number again, please?
1385H. View this way, view that way. So the amendment originally as proposed, I think you'll remember, we were going to vote on this bill when we last had an executive, but we couldn't adopt the Senate amendment that was put in by Senator Waters. And that amendment simply added in section 1 in the list there let's see, what it's a list of. Anyway, they were adding utilities to the list. The distributed utilities had been left off. So that was the only change that was made by that Senate amendment. And then after that meeting, we had a request from Heidi Kroll to add a section for clarification that is represented in this amendment as section 2 on line 14. So the chairman and I had discussed the contents of the amendment and agreed that the amendment was okay. So we had it made up over the weekend. And we're proposing that the bill be passed OTPA with Amendment 1385H.
Okay, so there appears to be some confusion in the amendments here because the amendment that the Hydropower Association asked for was language to indicate that cybersecurity regulation for certain types of businesses falls to FERC. I thought we had incorporated that language in the new amendment that we created.
As you say that, this is the amendment that we had that had a slight typo. And what they did was they eliminated the number 2 that we asked them to add. So this amendment is incorrect.
Which one is incorrect? 1385?
1385, they eliminated, they left in section 2, which is not what we asked them to do, that was already there, and they eliminated the addition that we asked them to do as section 2 and renumber 2 to be section 3. I'll show you.
Could I see that one,
Yeah.
please?
So 1385 is identical to the one that Senator Waters had given us, 1012S.
It's not supposed to be. So they made it.
Yes, there is another addition that needed to be added to Senator Waters' amendment.
Yeah, and this one has it, but they didn't reorder section 2. There's 2 section 2s in this one. That's what, so I asked them to. make
All right.
Yeah.
So we have an amendment
Did you get it?
1412H, which has a new section 2 that reads, such new guidelines or standards shall not apply to generation and related devices licensed or regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission.
So, Mr. Chair,
So the
when
only
you and I-
typo in this amendment is the 2
Yeah.
instead of a 3?
And you and I discussed the fact that they could change that ordering when they're placing it into statute, right? So-
Correct. So could you withdraw your motion on 1385H
Absolutely.
and make a new motion to adopt 1412H?
Okay, so Mr. Secretary, I'm withdrawing my motion to accept Amendment 1385H, and I am requesting to propose accepting Amendment 1412H.
Okay, and I recognize Representative Bernardi for a second.
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt the amendment 1412H. That motion has been seconded. So now we need discussion. So Representative McGee, just go over it again, please, real quickly.
Sure, I'm so sorry for the confusion here. I thought we had this settled. Okay, so in 1412, you'll notice that there are sections 1, 2, and then a second section 2, which should be section 3. Correct. So what we did was we inserted the sentence that starts on line 14, the new section 2, which was the language that Heidi Kroll had asked us to place in there to just create clarity within the statutory language. And I'm glad that the chairman caught that. So this is what we had discussed and what we had agreed upon for the changes that were needed to pass 589.
And the incorrect number 2 on line 16 will be changed by OLS in the enrolled bill process. So we can adopt this amendment, secure in the knowledge that that typo will be fixed at a later date. Okay, comment, Representative Harrington.
Yeah, a comment and a question, I guess. Is the only thing that was changed then was the addition of lines 14 and 15? No. Okay, the
No.
other things were changed. Okay. Has this been run by Commissioner Scott, since he's our cybersecurity expert for the state?
Yes,
He's okay with this?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the only change,
Then I'm happy.
in addition to lines 14 and 15, if you go up to lines 7 and 8, the words electric distribution utilities were added to that paragraph.
Right.
That's the other change. And he's fine with that. And Senator Waters is also fine with that. Further discussion on this amendment? Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification on procedure. What becomes of 1385H?
It goes in the trash
Disappears.
bin.
Okay.
Further discussion?
Never happened. Never happened. Don't mention his name.
thing? Forget it ever happened.
Further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of Amendment 1412H.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Sabor and Duchenier,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Corman,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
18-0.
By a vote of 18-0, the committee adopts Amendment 1412H for Senate Bill 589FN. The chair now recognizes Representative McGee for an ought to pass as amended motion.
Like to make make a motion to pass SB 589FN OTPA.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi.
Second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of OTPA on Senate Bill 589FN. Any further discussion needed? I think everyone here would agree that these cybersecurity changes are necessary, particularly the ones that apply to water and wastewater treatment plants. And the other provisions of this bill make this an excellent bill, particularly with this amendment. So, seeing no further discussion needed, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of the motion of OTPA.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Sabor and Duchenier,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Corman,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
18-0.
By a vote of 18-0, the committee adopts the motion of OTPA as amended by Amendment 1412H on Senate Bill 589FN. And Representative McGee will author the committee report, and we will put it on consent without objection.
Without objection.
With an FN?
It does have an FN, but as I recall from the discussion we had during the public hearing, the FN was judged to be negligible. But maybe we shouldn't put it on the consent calendar just in case. Okay, no consent calendar. Okay. All right, so with that, we'll close that executive session. And I think there is a little bit of disagreement about the rest of the bills that we're going to have to deliberate on. So at this point in time, at 9:27, we will call a break for caucus. Republicans will caucus in this room. And I ask everyone out there who is here to watch the proceedings to please exit. And the Democrats will caucus in 228. So if we need any inter-caucus communication, we'll find each other. Okay? So for now, yeah. So now we will return here at 10:15. 45 minutes sufficient? Yep. Okay. So we will resume our meeting at 10:15. Thank you. No,
Yep.
turn that on. Okay, let's get back to work here. Continuing on with our executive session activity for today, we're going to move next to an executive session on Senate Bill 449FN relative to the participation of large customer generators in net metering and relative to energy storage in connection with net metering. And I will make a motion of ITL on Senate Bill 449 and recognize Vice Chair Thomas.
Second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL for Senate Bill 449FN. The reason I made this motion is because the House indefinitely postponed a bill that was substantially the same as this bill earlier this year. The Senate did make enough small changes to it that allowed or that permitted us to hear the bill again, but unfortunately, those changes did not improve the bill. In fact, they probably made it worse. And in the words of the Department of Energy, they made it unworkable. So it doesn't seem to us there's any reason to move forward with this bill. And so that's why we're going to recommend ITL. Open for discussion from the rest of the committee. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will oppose the ITL motion. We heard from businesses, we heard from the BIA that they really do want this, that it's a way for them to lower their costs. Why we keep putting these barriers in front of businesses who want to lower their costs, I don't know. I do have an amendment to the bill. I understand we're not going to consider it in committee, but our position, or at least my position, is ought to pass with the amendment. And the amendment leaves the main part of the bill intact, but the portions of the bill that refer to net metering from storage, it restores the language from HB 1718, which got overwritten in this bill.
What is the amendment number so I can write it down?
I think I handed it out. It's 1439H.
Okay, further discussion. Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo Representative Corman's thoughts on the inadvisability of, going against the wishes of our business community and in terms of lowering their costs and being able to remain competitive in New Hampshire, which has one of the highest electricity costs in the country. And if we are concerned about having a state that functions as a manufacturing sector, as a growing economy, we would consider that as one of the benefits of this bill. But it doesn't seem like we have the ability to raise our heads above the sand, so to speak, and look at it that way. So that, to me, is crying shame.
Further discussion, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was clear from the testimony and from the bill itself that that the net metering subsidy that the large-scale users will get is going to be paid for by the ratepayers, and that's an inappropriate transfer of wealth. And it was also clear, the DOE said, as written, the bill was unworkable.
Further discussion, Representative Harrington.
Just a reminder, there's nothing that prevents anybody from putting up a 4.999 megawatt solar array or anything else they want. There's no prohibition against doing that. This would be, obviously, they want something out of this, which obviously implies a subsidy. So there's nothing that prevents them from any industry from putting these up. So having this law means they must be getting something out of the ratepayers, or otherwise they wouldn't need the law.
Further discussion, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, we have had this discussion for a long time about sort of the value of net metering. Industry's been coming to us for years now, asking for help with their energy bills because they are paying high rates and also incredible monthly bills. And so this is not just an exercise in, preferences. This is, in some cases, this can be life or death for them, right? They're coming here saying, this is our second largest monthly cost. So the idea that we should discuss the potential for a transfer from ratepayers to net metering without acknowledging that net metering is based on the value of energy and the fact that if these guys are producing energy, they should be recovering for the energy that they produce that they don't use, that goes onto the system and then is available through distribution for other customers. It does have a value. We don't have those conversations in any real way, but this bill keeps coming back for the very real reason that industry needs it. And the BIA has been asking us to get to yes on this for a long time. So since it is not an early bill, I would say that this bill is one that we should not ITL. We should try and amend it so that it is workable rather than throw it away for and kill another year out of hand, because I think businesses desperately need our help here.
Further discussion, Representative Swanson.
I think that ultimately, and I'm often hear reminders of how solar doesn't work at nighttime. And since I have solar, I already know that. And I realized that when I installed my system, and I bought a battery. And that actually provides storage and buffering of that daytime energy, because it can be used at nighttime. Usually there's a lot in the day, and it also buffers what goes back out onto the wires. The battery was expensive. It was not free. And I had to invest in that in consideration of the entire system. And I think that businesses know that, and they would have to pay for that up front. And so ultimately, they can buffer their energy storage capability, and yes, maybe net meter some that goes back out onto the grid. But ultimately, with respect to that, I keep hearing about the ratepayers having to pay more, but I have heard some good testimony indicating that no, the ratepayers end up benefiting from systems that use solar energy and battery storage. And I think New Hampshire businesses want this capability, and ultimately, bottom line, that we ought to pass it. That's where I'm at.
Further discussion, Representative Harrington.
Yeah, one thing we have to remember is this isn't a normal generator. We're talking up to 5 megawatts here, or just slightly below 5 megawatts. But that means this entity that builds this under this bill could be putting almost 5 megawatts onto the grid, or they could have their system shut down that day for maintenance. They don't have to tell anybody. They don't have to warn anybody. They just shut it down, and now they're consuming 3, 4, 5 megawatts. So there could be a swing of a lot of megawatts on this thing. They have no obligation to provide any electricity at any time. The only obligation is they get paid when they do. If they choose not to, the system has to be there to deliver the electricity they'll consume when their system isn't running. And that's part of the problem.
Further discussion. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the question on the roll, call the roll on the question, rather, of the motion to adopt ITL for Senate Bill 449.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes?
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes,
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deshinier,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
No.
Representative Partial,
No.
Representative Kaplan,
No.
Representative Corman,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative La Rochelle,
No.
Representative Swanson,
No.
Representative Davis,
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to 8.
By a vote of 10 to 8, the committee adopts the motion of ITL on Senate Bill 449. I will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report?
Yeah, so we'll be doing OTPA.
And who will write it?
It'll be me.
Representative McGee will write the minority report. And we will need that by 5 o'clock today, please.
OTP or OTPA? OTPA.
Amendment 1439.
H. Okay, so that's all we need to do on that. I'll close the executive session on Senate Bill 449. Now, let's move on to Senate Bill 590. I'll open an executive session on Senate Bill 590 relative to electric aggregation plans. And I'm going to recognize Representative La Rochelle for a motion. Representative Mattson.
I second.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of OTP ought to pass on Senate Bill 590. Discussion.
Yes.
Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I testified against this bill because I was on the committee in my town when we were discussing community power, and it came up in discussion that some people wanted to do projects with the money, and we voted it down. Now, I did have a good conversation with the chairman, and I do understand that's in statute that you cannot use tax money to do projects. But I still have reservations because, what if they start a project and they run out of money? Then what happens? So I'm still not comfortable with setting up a fund to do projects. So I might be the lone nayer here, but I'm not going to write a minority report, and I won't fight it on the floor.
Further discussion? Seeing none. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ought to pass on Senate Bill 590.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
No.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschenier,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Corman,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
17-1.
By a vote of 17-1, the committee adopts the motion about to pass on Senate Bill 590. Representative La Rochelle will write the committee report. I need that by 5 p.m.
Mr. Chairman, is there any exception to putting this on consent?
I don't have any objection. Anybody have any objection to consent? Okay, it goes on consent. Representative Kaplan, did you want to say something? I'll let you work that out between yourselves if you want to help him or he. Whatever.
I need to know for the record who.
Representative La Rochelle will write the report. And it will go on the consent calendar, so we're all done with that. We'll close that executive session. And now we will move on to Representative Notter.
These bills still have FNs. We can't put things on consent that have an FN.
There's
Yeah,
no,
that's true. We made the decision earlier.
there's no fiscal note on it, though. It's just, it's a statutory change to just add energy as a category. So there's no fiscal.
Note says no fiscal impact.
Okay, so it's going to go on consent. All right. Thanks for pointing that out, Representative Nodder, but I think it can go on consent. Okay, now, let's move on next to Senate Bill 591. I'll open that exec session and recognize Representative Bernardi for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Summers.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 591. I should have read the name. It's allowing utility companies to own or build generation facilities. And floor is open for discussion. Representative McGee.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this bill has spurred a lot of discussion. And I think part of where we come down is that we already have up to 6% of distributed energy generation available to the utilities, and they haven't yet exhausted that. In fact, we only have, one project that's been built. So I think because of the position that we have with deregulation, that we are trying to support a competitive market, we are mostly not in favor. I don't know if anybody's going to vote with the OTP, but I know we were split on our committee about whether to support it or not, because we thought it would be inconsistent with that position for keeping the utilities out of generation. So we think the 6% is fine. We don't need to increase it.
Okay, further discussion, Representative Harrington.
Well, I'll just add ditto what she just said, and we only know of one project that's being used. There's no one banging on the door saying we need to go out and do more of this, because I think Eversource had stated that the restrictions that are there now are pretty heavy, and unless and until someone really desires to do it, I don't think we should consider moving the 6% to 10%.
Further discussion, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is in part consistent with HB 1775, which opened the door for micronuclear and small natural gas. This essentially extends solar up to 10% from 6, as well as wind, as well as hydro, as well as batteries, as well as biomass. So it just opens the door for participation. It's not a requirement. Utilities can do it if they want. If they don't want, they don't have to. The battery limitation is open-ended. There is no cap on that. I think this just sends a message that, to the power producers that if you aren't going to come here and fill the void of the growing need for more electricity, then we are going to open the door for somebody else to do it if and when that's appropriate.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess, again, it's too bad the Pats aren't playing this week, because I agree with what Representative Harrington said. Maybe we can transfer this good karma to the Red Sox. Yeah. I mean, they already have up to 6%. They're not availing themselves of that. If they get towards 6%, then let's talk. But, I mean, they're nowhere near that yet. And I understand Representative Bernardi's point, but we deregulated 30 some odd years ago to get the utilities out of the generation business, and in particular to avoid the potential of stranded costs. And I feel like this is actually moving backwards. So I'm going to be voting against the OTP.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can certainly see the point on both sides. It was a narrow choice for me, but I firmly believe in the fact that being a small state and being where we are, sending messages is important. And although it may not be taken advantage of in the next year or two, I think this sets the groundwork to tell investors that we are open, come here or, lose. And I think this bill, it sends a positive message that we are looking. And so I don't think there's no harm in this bill. And I think the message, if we are consistent with it over the years, I think the investors may eventually get the word. So that's why I'm supporting it.
Further discussion, Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to open up a new arena for sports success and say that perhaps the Celtics will do well this year, because I'm going to agree with Representative Bernardi for the first time, I think in my memory at least. I think this bill is agnostic in terms of energy production. And the fact that we passed 1775 doesn't really concern me too much, because I don't think that distributed resource generation is ever going to fit the nuclear or natural gas sectors. And the one difference that this bill does make is that it allows the argument to be made for an indirect benefits, which I think will spur the adoption of this sort of investment on the part of the utility. So I'm looking forward to voting in favor of this bill. And the Celtics winning the NBA.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm pretty much consistent with Representative Bernardi's approach to this about providing opportunities for more, and that we need to do as much as we can to give those opportunities at the risk. You know, there may be some arguments that say, well, this might reduce competition, but I think that it will actually enable more competition ultimately. So that's where I stand.
Further discussion, Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. I am not in agreement with Bernardi, but I am in agreement with Representative Harrington's opinion. I think that we've already been through a very painful situation with the Burgess Power Plant, and I would hate to see ratepayers once again be placed on the hook in a case of market distortion, which is what this is going to be doing. When you mix private and public funding like we're doing, we're going to discourage private investors from investing in this very potentially worthwhile energy. And so for those reasons, among others, I am opposed to this bill. I can also see where it could also slow clean energy development by putting our utilities back where we worked very hard to remove them from. This could actually have the opposite effect. Once they're in the driver's seat, this may actually slow development rather than accelerate it. So for all those reasons, I will be in opposition.
Further discussion, Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The feature I like about this bill the most is it encourages distributed energy, reducing the need for infrastructure for transmission, and also saves energy, because you're not going to have the line loss that you have in transmission. So that and the fact you could have more resiliency and it's local. I like the distributed energy part. Thank you.
And we have to remember, this is just enabling legislation. Representative McGee.
Yes, thank you. So I have a little bit of a different take on the indirect benefits. So basically, the 1775, when it passed, increased the potential for investment in owner and operation of utilities in getting into gas and nuclear investments on the ratepayer dime. And that increased to a 10% share of load. So the bill had the similar language. And it was also under the distributed energy section of statute. So I think that 10% was established, but only for those two types of energy, right? So it wasn't an agnostic bill. So what this would do, you know, in my copious review over and over again of the pluses and minuses here, is give distributed energy resources up to that same amount, but I think both would be under the 10%. So they would be sharing the 10% is what we concluded in our caucus. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's great for us to have additional distributed energy resources. I think the problem comes in, again, with our conversations with our constituents that we're going to try and lower their energy bills, and whether allowing the utilities who are entitled to reimbursement of their costs and indirect benefits. So they would be counting direct and indirect benefits and costs. And so they'll be able to recover that in a non-bypassable charge. And on top of that, they get a return on investment. And the return on investment is the piece that makes them not like the others, right? They get a guaranteed return, which means they're no longer really competing. They have an unfair advantage. And so it does, because of that factor, it does distort the market. And so that's where I'm coming down on, as much as I would like us to be expanding our distributed energy resources in state. I still don't think it's a good idea for us to do it. I understand it's enabling, but I think it's taking us in the wrong direction. I think it's bad policy.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ought to pass on Senate Bill 591.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes?
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
No.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson,
No.
Representative Schneller, Representative Sabor Deschenier,
Yes.
Representative McGee, Representative Partial,
No.
Representative Kaplan, Representative Corman,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson. Yes. Representative Davis,
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to 7.
Okay, by a vote of 11 to 7, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 591. Representative Bernardi will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report? There will. Be Representative Corman will write the minority report.
And ITL.
Majority position will be ITL. Minority position, I mean. That would have been good for you, yeah. Okay, so no consent on that one. So we're done with that. Executive session. Next. Executive session for Senate Bill 599 FN relative to the Renewable Energy Fund. Chair recognizes Representative Schneller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a little bit more complicated, but not a whole lot more complicated than a housekeeping bill.
I recognize you for a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, OTP.
Representative Mattson.
Yes, I agree. No, second motion, sorry.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of OTP on Senate Bill 599 relative to the Renewable Energy Fund. Now, Representative Schneller, discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. As I was saying, this is a little bit more complicated than housekeeping, but it is, I'm in favor of this bill because it journals $1 million to cover administrative costs at the DOE, including the emerging innovation, energy innovation department, and that is progressing with excellent work. It also sweeps funds into the general fund in excess of that $1 million, although it does allow for some thermal and electrical renewable funding to remain in the DOE. But the $4 million number effectively plugs a hole in the general fund. So I'm in favor of this legislation for that reason.
Further discussion. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know, I adhere to this quaint notion that renewable energy fund should be used for renewable I know it's a plan. There's also a conflict here because we also, the House passed HB 1542 as amended, which instead of sweeping the Renewable Energy Fund into the general fund, rebates it to the ratepayers. So there's going to be what we call in computer science a race condition, where whichever one would be enacted last wins. So I don't even know what to make of this. I'm certainly not in favor of either one, but we also heard some question about whether it's even constitutional to sweep the renewable energy fund into the general fund. I understand there's been an opinion from an attorney that it is, but I think we can also find attorneys who would disagree with that because that's how attorneys make money.
Number one, I want to point out to you that HB 1542 that you mentioned has an effective date of January 1st, 2027, whereas this bill would only affect, or maybe it's 2028. This bill would only affect the current biennium budget. That bill would take effect for the next biennium budget. And with regard to the opinion of the attorney question, if I can find it, we did receive an opinion from Jim Cianci, who is the, here it is. Jim Cianci, who is the House attorney, he says, and I'll read this to you. I have had the chance to review the bill and fiscal note, the cases cited by the CLF, and speak with the LBA. I won't offer a formal opinion on whether the bill is constitutional. However, I would observe that New Hampshire courts generally presume the constitutionality of legislative acts, and Senate Bill 599 does not appear to present any obvious constitutional issues. Additionally, testimony in both Senate and House indicate that the conversion stated in the CLF testimony is currently contained within the budget. Specifically, the fiscal note provides, and this is a quote from the fiscal note, this bill will have no fiscal impact because the state budget for FY 2026 and 2027 already assumed the same allocation structure. The enacted budget projected that after administrative costs and the $1 million retained annually in the Renewable Energy Fund to support thermal and electrical renewable energy initiatives, approximately $4 million per year would be deposited into the general fund. As this legislation restores the statutory language to align with what was assumed in the budget and corrects an inadvertent change made through policy legislation, there is no additional fiscal impact. My conversation with Michael Kane, LBA, also indicated that past budgets have transferred monies from dedicated funds to the general fund. This isn't to say that SB 599 couldn't be subject to litigation, only that the current allocation has not been challenged, nor to my knowledge have similar past allocations. I hope this information is useful, blah, blah. So that was Attorney Cianci's position that this bill provides or presents no constitutional issues. Okay, further comment? Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anyone who has looked at the Treasury's report on cash and investments and its steady decline would probably, recognize the importance of moving this money into the general fund. I think that's where it would end up being as far as the state's net assets. So there's that argument to be made in favor of that. On the other hand, this money was money that were, I believe, taken from, or it was collected from ratepayers with under the auspices that this was going to be used for investment in renewable energy. And I think even the attorney's opinion notwithstanding, I think it's a little bit of a deceit for us to then take that money and put it back into, the majority of it back into the general fund. So I think this is inappropriate. And so I'm definitely no on OTP on this.
Further discussion, Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. I'm reading here, so forgive me, and I cannot cite the exact I can't find the exact citation, but under New Hampshire jurisprudence, a fee, this is in quotes, must be incidental to the implementation of a regulatory program and not intended to produce additional revenue. And so right there, I mean, I understand that your lawyer has one opinion, but I do feel that we are opening ourselves up to a prolonged court case should we move forward with this. And I think we're already under jeopardy for all the fees we're currently being redirected into our general fund. So I will definitely not be in support of this bill.
Okay, further discussion. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the motion about to pass for Senate Bill 599 FN.
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Sabor Duchenier,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
No.
Representative Partial. No. Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Corman,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative La Rochelle,
No.
Representative Swanson,
No.
Representative Davis,
No.
Chairman votes
Yes.
10-8.
By a vote of 10-8, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 599. Representative Schneller will write the majority opinion. Will there be a minority opinion?
Yes, it'll be Representative Partial.
Representative Partial will write the minority report. Minority position, I assume, would be ITL?
Yes,
Okay. And I need that by 5 p.m. Okay. So we're done with Senate Bill 599. Next, we're going to move on to Senate Bill 540 FN relative to solar generation devices. And although it pains me to do so, I am going to move interim study on Senate Bill 540 and recognize Representative Harrington.
I'll second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of interim study on Senate Bill 540. Reason I said I was kind of reluctant to make that motion is because I've been working on this bill for probably 2 months now. And a lot of work has gone into it. There is a replace all amendment that's available for the bill that makes the bill better than it was before, but does not fix the fundamental problem with the bill. Hence, a recommendation for interim study. As we learned in the public hearing, you can already buy these devices, these battery plug-in solar devices, balcony devices as they're called. You can plug them into a regular outlet in your house and put power into your house from this solar system. You can buy these today, and people are buying them. And it was thought that maybe we should pass a bill to alert people to the safety dangers that using these systems could create. And that was kind of the motivation behind creating an amendment that would require these devices to be certified by a nationally recognized testing laboratory. But the problem with that strategy is that there's no way to enforce whether the system that you buy today from Amazon is certified by a national testing laboratory. The bill provides no way to enforce that. So the bill, while well-intentioned and even pretty well designed, doesn't fix the problem. And that's why I struggled with what we should do about this bill. I suppose we could, if you guys want to, defeat the IS motion and adopt this amendment, but it's not going to solve the safety problem. It's going to make a few changes in law. It'll require people to notify utilities if they buy one of these things, but it isn't going to do much else than that. And so I think maybe another approach is going to be necessary. Do I have a better idea at the moment? I do not. If I did, I would have submitted an amendment to that effect. That's my thinking on this bill right at the moment. I'd like to hear what other people think, and we'll go from there. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually think there's a path forward that we can take right now. As you know, I put in an amendment. It hasn't been drafted yet, but I did send you the text. And I tried to take into account everything that we heard during the hearing. In particular, I took very seriously Mr. Sherman's suggestion that we conform to the UL 3700 standard. And I took into account many other things, and I can go through that. But just in terms of the issues you just brought up, the fact is that, yeah, you can go on Amazon and buy something like that right now. And moving to interim study is only going to delay any action on that for at least another year. The amendment that I put in, one of the first things in it says, when the State Building Code Review Board has established code requirements for plug-in solar generation devices, all plug-in solar generation devices sold or newly installed in the state of New Hampshire shall meet or exceed such requirements, and all new installations of plug-in solar generation devices shall comply with the established code. And again, there's the enforcement issue, but we have that now, and we're always going to have it. All we can do is put into statute what should happen, unless we actually want to make some sort of enforcement mechanism, which I don't think we're looking to do. I don't think, we want to make it a Class B misdemeanor to, buy something from Temu and plug it in. So we can at least put into statute something saying that when we have the requirements, they have to meet or exceed. And the rest of my amendment talks about the Building Code Review Board establishing the requirements and some of the things that they might want to put in it. The amendment that I created was based on the amendment that we got from Senator Waters. It made several changes, including referencing UL 3700 as the North Star for requirements, including what we heard from Mr. O'Meara about net metering credit for customers who are already net metering. Let's see, what else did I have? Oh, Representative Bernardi's point about landlords being able to prohibit such devices. I put that in. Some additional technical considerations that the Building Code Review Board might consider, things like ground fault circuits, things like that. And then also a path for customers to notify the utility. I also updated some of the terminology. So there's no more Underwriters Laboratory. It's now called UL Solutions. And the full name of IEEE wasn't right. I corrected that, and I know because once upon a time I was a member.
So did I hear you say that you did or did not submit this to OLS for drafting?
I submitted it late afternoon yesterday after I heard back from Sam Evans Brown, and he said he was okay with it, but he wasn't sure how Mr. Sherman would be, and I figured let me get it in there. And I did send you a copy of it. We don't have it yet, unfortunately.
So you haven't heard from OLS?
No, I checked my mail and I don't have it yet.
What was the deadline you gave them?
I asked for 9:30 this morning. But, it's a 3-page amendment and, they're probably backed up.
Okay. All right, so everybody has heard Representative Corman's take on this. Further discussion, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering did you address the issue of backflow in the event of power being out and linemen being potentially impacted by that backflow current?
Well, I believe
Or
that
is
would
that going to be in the?
I think that's in the 3,700. So the sorts of things that I included, I said it should be based on 3,700, that the code shall include limits on the maximum export capacity. So, whether it's 400 watts or 1,200 watts, but there's got to be a limit. And then I said it may define the following: multiple classes of plug-in solar generation devices. It may or may not. If you recall, Senator Waters' bill had 2 classes. That it may specify types of connectors and receptacles, because one of the ideas is that you don't just use a standard 3-prong, because any bozo could just plug it in and burn the house down, right? So that you might need a special receptacle that is in the right place, that when you plug it in, bad things don't happen. Again, I'd leave that to the Building Code Review Board. Conditions under which a licensed electrician is required for installation, because again, you may need that. And then requirements for the branch circuit that the plug-in solar generation device is connected to, including restrictions for circuits with ground fault protection. So those are things I listed as should be considered, but not required. But the one thing required is the limit on capacity.
Is your amendment a replace all amendment?
It is.
And does it still contain references to Class 1 and Class 2?
No, I figured that would be up to the Building Code Review Board. So again, in terms of limits on the maximum export, that they may choose to have Class 1 and Class 2, they may not.
Okay, good. Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for you. If someone buys one and they don't tell the utilities they have one, what happens?
Same thing as right now.
Quick question for Davis Allen. Davis, could you check with OLS on the status of Representative Corman's amendment? Thank you. Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I agree with Representative Harrington that this bill has the enforceability of a mattress tag, I was in favor of a bill of some sort going forward, because I believe that since we do have these out there, people are using them, we need to have something out there as a kind of a groundwork for what we might want to do later. I would have been in favor of Representative Vosa's amendment, though I could understand that there were some holes, which is why I thought maybe IS might be a way out. But now that I hear that Representative Corman has an amendment coming, I would like to see it, and I would like to look at it before we actually go to a vote here, because it might be just a way that we can get something on the docket for something that is out there, and I don't want to overregulate it, not at all, but I want to have something out there that we can deal with.
All right, I'm passing out the amendment that I created with Philip Sherman, Sam Evans Brown, New Hampshire DES, New Hampshire DOE, so we can have something to talk about while we wait to see what the status of Representative Corman's amendment is. So like his amendment, this would be a replace all amendment. And as you can see, well, I'll wait until everybody has a copy in their hands. So this is Amendment 1452H. So what this amendment does is it defines a plug-in solar generation system. It lists exemptions and requirements. The first requirement is that it shall be certified by a nationally recognized testing laboratory. And we worded it that way rather than saying UL 3700, in case UL 3700 changes someday. So as long as it's a nationally recognized testing laboratory, this language would cover it without it having to be changed by subsequent legislation. The applicable electric distribution utility may develop a method for the customer to inform the utility of the wattage of the system. And an electric distribution utility shall not require that the customer who uses one of these things obtain utility approval or complete an interconnection review or pay any fee related to the system or install any additional electric distribution utility specified controls or equipment. The amendment further goes on to say that each metered customer shall be allowed a maximum of one plug-in solar generation system within a maximum inverter output of 1,200 watts AC. Next session says the Department of Energy shall establish and maintain a page on its website with relevant information for consumers regarding these systems, including meter compatibility, potential impacts on electric billing, applicable safety standards and considerations, and other information that the department might determine to be appropriate. And then Section 3 talks about the Building Code Review Board amending the state building code to address the building and the building's electrical system when such a system is used, and that the system shall be installed and operated in accordance with the state building code. The next section defines what liability a distribution company might be subject to, which is basically nothing. And then there's a rulemaking section which requires the Department of Energy to establish reasonable interconnection requirements for the safety, reliability, and power. And this is where the UL laboratories or the IEEE information is added. And then a contingency in Section 6 is that this act shall take effect on the date the Commissioner of the Department of Energy certifies to the Director of OLS and the Secretary of State that a nationally recognized standard exists to authorize these plug-in solar systems. So that's what the amendment that I created with the help of Sam Evans-Brown and Philip Sherman, which was approved by both the DOE and the DES. This is the amendment we came up with. But as I said, it still doesn't address the problem of enforcement. And your contention is, and maybe you're right, that there's never going to be a way to enforce any kind of regulation on this thing. And so that's why I thought, well, maybe we need to study this some more and see what might be the appropriate thing to do. Yeah. Oh, Davis. So OLS claims that you gave them a deadline of 4:30. And
Standard deadline that it posts if you don't change it.
and as a result of that, they say they can bump it up in the queue if we want them to or not. So I think we need to decide right now whether we want them to bump it up so we can have Davis give them that information. Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to first speak to, I think that we should try and get that amendment because it sounds like Representative Corman spent quite a lot of time trying to make sure that it included what came out of the hearing. I wanted to address your concern around enforcement because I don't think that's the purpose of the bill. I don't think we will have a way to enforce, as you say now, people can buy them and have them delivered. No one will ever know. But I think the objective of the bill is really to help lower people's costs by them being able to generate some electricity in a simple way. And so it's, for that reason, I don't think we should interim study it and delay it further. I think we should get something on the books that refers to the process that's underway now, so that when the UL 3700 rules are available, then they become the rules that we're adopting. And I think the fact that Representative Corman takes excellent extemporaneous notes in our meetings, and he took into consideration Representative Bernardi's concerns that landlords should have the option of saying, yeah, no, I don't want that in properties that I own. I think for a starter bill, I have the language as well, that amendment is appropriate. And I think we should do our best to try and keep this one moving forward rather than delay it, because it would be a significant delay, because we've got an election in between, and who knows what's going to happen if it goes to interim study.
So Davis, please notify OLS that we would like them to expedite this amendment as quickly as possible. Thank you. Representative Harrington.
Excuse me. I think we're kind of missing a basic point here, that this is a substantially different type of system we're talking about. I mean, we say we have existing rules for emergency generators, but people don't run emergency generators when the power is on. And hopefully when they do run them, they use a transfer switch to make sure they're separated from the grid. But the fact is, it's only when the power is off that you turn those on. These generators are being made to run all the time. Whether you're home, you're not home, you're plugging it into the wall. And if you're not using a 1200 watts, then part of it's going to be backfed onto the distribution system, which, if there was a down wire, could create a safety hazard, which will also create negative cost for the person will be charged for the electricity, because the meter only records what goes by it, not which direction. But that is a major difference. So you could be having a system here that is taking electricity off the grid while you're putting it in from the house, which is a totally different system than what we use now with emergency generators. And you also have a situation where you could set up where we have, in this case, it would be 10 amps coming in from the solar generator, going onto a 15 amp circuit that could also have a load on it of 10 amps. So even though the circuit breaker says, I've got no problem with this because I'm not seeing that, the circuit itself is seeing 20 amps. And so there's a lot of issues like that I think we need to look into further. And putting something else like this, I refer to as feel-good legislation. We can say, we solved that problem and moved on, but in reality, we haven't solved anything. Because, again, the enforcement mechanism is huge, not only from the manufacturer of these things. It says nationally recognized testing. Well, there's no way to enforce that if you're buying it over the internet. You can buy it from someplace in Taiwan or who knows, China or whatever, that hasn't been certified to anything. There's also no information necessarily on how to connect these things and when to connect them. And, if you're not using any electricity, make sure you disconnect it before you go out for the day. All sorts of stuff like that needs much more work. And I think just throwing up a bill so we can say we've accomplished something accomplishes nothing other than giving ourselves a pat on the back. We need to look into this more rigorously, maybe have the Department of Energy do a study or something into it and come up with a provision for these things, possibly an insert in your electric bill. If you're going to use a plug-in solar generator, please be aware of the following. You could cause a fire. You could make sure that people at least are being told something. This way we have a bunch of regulations that no one's going to even know exist.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One correction I want to make to Representative Harrington is that these devices, certainly the ones that would be UL approved, would have anti-islanding, so that if there is no current coming in, they won't put any current going out. Well, that's going to be part of UL 30. It is part of UL 3700. UL 3700 is available now. I actually looked at how to get it, and I could download it for the mere price of $225. And I decided I didn't really want to spend 2.25 years' salary on it. And I probably wouldn't understand it anyway. But I mean, you know, the enforcement issue, no matter what we do, we have the enforcement issue. Whether we pass a bill, whether we don't pass a bill, whether we interim study, no matter what bill we pass or don't pass, there's going to be the enforcement issue. I think it's a lot better for us to pass something that says, here are the standards, here's what people should be adhering to when they plug it in. And in terms of some of the other safety issues that Representative Harrington raised, that's what the UL 3700 is going to do. Underwriters UL Solutions, formerly Underwriters Laboratory, this is what they do. They try to make sure that people don't burn their houses down inadvertently. So I think it's really worth trying to move the ball forward here and actually have some good code here and good restrictions on how these things will be used.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my motion of interim study on this bill until we have a chance to look at Representative Corman's amendment. I have already looked at it, actually, and agreed to be a co-sponsor on it. I think it's a good amendment. And it was only after the discussion in our caucus earlier this morning that I came to the conclusion that maybe interim study might be necessary. But I'm somewhat persuaded by Representative McGee's comments that maybe we should move forward with getting something in statute to lay a groundwork for these facilities in the future, even if there's no way to enforce it today, or may not even be a way to enforce it in the future. So I'm going to withdraw that motion. Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for saying that. That was going to be my next comment, saying after hearing the discussion, I was going to withdraw my support for interim study. And so thank you for doing that in advance.
All right, so I have just received, so it appears that it's going to be a while before we get Representative Corman's amendment from OLS. Davis Allen, did they give you a time frame at all, or standard 1 hour? So it could be, since we just notified them 10,
12:30.
it could be 12:30 before we get that amendment.
I did try to say 9:30, and the website kept changing the time on me. And I thought when I clicked submit, it said 9:30, but it just kept changing the time on me.
Yeah, these things are not perfect, are
It
they?
clearly was not one of my former
Okay.
students who coded that.
So what we're going to do now is we are going to take a break from the executive session for Senate Bill 540, which is an early bill, and we have to do it today. But we're going to wait and resume that executive session until after lunch. And given that it is now 11:27, I think we'll try to break for lunch at 12 and come back here at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to set a time certain for resuming the executive session on this Senate Bill 540, for 1 o'clock. And we're going to take a 5-minute break while I go retrieve a newly prepared amendment for Senate Bill 538, which we will take up next. So 5-minute break. See you in 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes has gone by. Let's reassemble, please. Okay, let's get back to work. So I am now going to open an executive session on Senate Bill 538, extending net metering eligibility terms for municipal energy projects. And I am going to move ought to pass as amended and offer amendment number 1462H, which I just passed out to everyone. And I recognize Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this
I
amendment,
recognize Representative Summers for a second.
I second.
Thank you, Representative Summers. Okay, it's moved and seconded that we adopt a motion about to pass as amended. And now consider Amendment 1462H. And I will recognize Representative Summers. Well, first, before I recognize Representative Summers, let me explain how this amendment is constructed. So starting on line 10 through line 17, section 2A has been rewritten according to a suggestion I received from that was based on some conversations with Senator Waters, and is an amendment that was designed to simplify that section of the bill. Section 2B, 2C, and 2D are sections that we're adding at the suggestion of Representative Summers. And I would like to ask now and recognize Representative Summers to explain that section of this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the changes in the amendment for 2B and 2C and 2D, lines 18 through 29. Basically what it looks at is the unenvironmental or the environmental hazardous materials that we've always known have existed within within solar panels, and with this bill and wind turbines, and tie into this bill where it's not blocking the net metering process for doing this, but what it's doing is, especially with this is being tied to municipalities, the actual bill, it provides because there's no recyclability of these chemicals, cadmium telluride or BPA within the state of New Hampshire. It provides where basically it states that companies have to maintain or provide 150% escrow basically for recycling because of all these devices, once they're recycled or out of date, have to be sent out of state to be reckoned with.
Okay, thank you, Representative Summers. So you can read the exact text, lines 18 through 29. But basically, we feel this is a good addition to and compromise for this bill. And so I'd like to open it up for discussion on the amendment. Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This goes back to something we tried to do some years ago. It addresses a very important issue about disposability of these products, and I think it's time that we address that. We do it for a lot of other products, and I think in this one here, I think there's a good start to set up a procedure where when we do need to dispose of these hazardous materials, we have a methodology and a place to do it. So I would be in favor of this amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the concern for the recyclability of components that make up solar or wind projects. However, I think that we just spent, an inordinate amount of time to try to pass, for instance, a paint recycling bill, and that failed in the House on the floor. And, these things take an enormous amount of political consensus building, an enormous amount of research, and for this to be presented as an amendment in an executive session with no public hearing, despite my shared concern for trying to reduce the amount of waste we produce, I think that this is not appropriate to have these provisions in this amendment. So I'd be in favor of trying to pass this bill and maybe amend it to make it more amenable, but this is not that amendment, in my opinion.
Further discussion, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So new language to me, but as I'm reading the section that describes who is responsible, it would be the owner or operator. And they would be required to have an irrevocable letter of credit in the amount equal to 150% of the estimated cost to remove. So what it does, in effect, is rather than having it be extended producer responsibility, which is something that we've been trying to get passed in terms of the people who produce, who produce the product should probably build in the cost of being able to make sure that it's recycled at the end if it has anything that's difficult to get rid of, right? This puts it on the person who's actually investing in the municipal project, right? So it further cuts the return on investment, and then this bill also lowers the eligibility for the tariff from 20 years to 15 years. So on both ends, the person who's the town that's making the investment is going to lose the economic benefits that they're investing for. So from both perspectives, the bill has been made less effective for municipalities who are trying to lower costs for people and lower property taxes, basically. So I would not be in favor of this amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick search indicates that cadmium telluride is the second most common material used in the construction of solar panels. And I suspect that there's a large inventory out there already. And I further suspect that any near-term projects that would be underway would be considering using photovoltaics and probably some of these. And the institution of a restriction of this nature that doesn't seem to be driven by, I'm not aware of a direct report from the waste recovery or waste management systems saying we need to prohibit this. It isn't like PFAs that are known to be a problem. It's just ruling these out. And quite frankly, I think it is a subtle attempt to undermine or block the deployment of photovoltaics. And I suspect that windmill blades are in the same category. This would put the kibosh on a lot of projects that I believe that are planned right now. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Corbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just asked Dr. Google about these things. And actually, I'm less concerned than Representative Swanson about the solar panels, because Dr. Google says the vast majority of solar panels on the market do not use cadmium telluride. Over 90% of the commercial solar market uses crystalline silicon. So I'm not as worried about that for the panels. I also asked about, are there wind turbine blades without BPA? And it said most conventional wind turbine blades use epoxy resins containing BPA. Some modern sustainable designs aim for cleaner materials. It sounds like that's still not mainstream yet. On the other hand, this legislature has already made its objection to wind rather well known, and I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot more wind projects anytime soon anyway. But I don't think this damages solar that much. My objection here is for the 15 years because, I mean, standard financing is for 20 years and projects probably won't pencil out at 15 years.
So I did market research on this as well, and I discovered that 15-year financing is basically the market norm. Typical structures see 10 to 15-year loans for residential property and 12 to 18-year debt for commercial or community solar property. The reason why 15 years works well is it aligns with expected policy stability windows. It matches customer contract terms, leases, PPAs, subscriptions, and it keeps annual payments manageable without overextending risk. One of the reasons that is cited in the research I did for net metering not being as strong a backup for a financing application as PPAs or leases is because net metering is a policy and it can be changed. Therefore, it's considered to be weaker support for a financing application. And so 15 years seems to be, from the research I've done, to be an appropriate term for financing. Representative Schneller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow on with that comment, 15 years tends to be, if we looked at GAP tends to look also to economic reality, and 15 years tends to correlate with the useful life of a project. So to talk in terms of 20 years or beyond that, you're sort of pushing out beyond what are financial norms. So that leaving the environmental concerns aside, I think just from a finance and accounting perspective, 15 years is appropriate.
Okay, further discussion. Representative Partial.
Thank you. Now, this amendment places an extremely heavily thumb on fossil fuel. And for every watt of energy produced, coal combustion creates up to 300 to 800 times more waste by volume than solar panels. That includes arsenic, selenium, mercury, and chromium, which are already very toxic environment to begin with. So being, in addition to being, it seems to me that we're not restricting coal in any way whatsoever, but we are restricting solar this way. And I just don't feel comfortable putting our thumb on the scale this way. Furthermore, I do like 20 years because I think that it opens the door to alternative forms of bonding. We don't know what the actual terms will be. And it gives more resources to the financiers and hopefully in the end, the ratepayers on this.
Further discussion. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to, two things and then a third. So I want to go back to section 2C, which I referenced when I spoke last, which is not that I have anything against the idea of having some formula for us to endeavor to have recycling associated with projects, but this particular section basically puts on the owner-operator the decommissioning costs, right? And says that it has to be equal to 150% of the estimated cost to remove, transport, and recycle at a certified out-of-state hazard waste facility. It's very specific. And I think that this language itself, in its specificity, is kind of a poison pill for the bill. Because, as I mentioned before, lowering the number of years that they can finance the project over from 20, which is standard for these energy projects, even though financing has many different standards. We heard testimony, and that's what we listen to people who are engaged in doing this in the state. That's why we have them here. They asked us to maintain the 20 years. That combined with an additional upfront cost, which I don't know how the Department of Energy is going to figure out what 150% of the removal and transport and recycling cost is going to be in the future. But anyway, I just think that this language is not helpful to the bill, and I wanted to let folks know that There is another amendment that's cleaner that doesn't have the sections that Representative Summers has added to the bill and that keeps the tariff at 20 versus 15. So if we wanted to adopt a clean version, there is one available today.
So lenders typically underwrite financing based on customer credit, FICO and business strength, historical rate stability, and conservative assumptions about the future of net metering or the future value of net metering. It's less about guaranteed price and more about probable savings durability. So the real constraint here is that policy risk still matters. And lenders tend to mitigate that risk by applying haircuts to export credits, stress testing scenarios with reduced compensation, and shortening the term of these financing packages to 15 years. That's why it's preferred over 20 to 25. So the bottom line here is net metering is often sufficient to support financing for distributed solar, and 15-year terms are standard and appropriate, but it's treated as stable enough, but not fully guaranteed, so structures are more conservative than utility scale PPAs. Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think all that is accurate, and that's the reason that we would want to maintain the tariff at 20 years. Because what you're saying is that from a financial instrument or a financial lender's perspective, what they're looking for, because they understand the tariff can waver or policy can change, they're looking for a solid indicator. And that's what we want to provide by saying that the tariff will be available to these projects that are started within a certain time frame and they have an end certain, but they're going to be eligible for 20 years. That means they have the flexibility to enter into whatever kind of financing they can engage in. And that's the flexibility that they asked us for. So that would be my argument, is that it's not saying that, it's not delivering in statutory language what kind of a financial instrument they can enter into and which one is, more common. For these energy projects, we've heard over and over again that people are trying to enter into 20-year agreements because just like the 20-year PPAs, it is a standard chunk of business that they're trying to have continuity for that period in order to get the financing that makes it viable.
Representative Swanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 15 versus the 20 was not a showstopper for me, and I was in favor of this bill until, regarding 538 FN, there's a separate amendment under consideration. This particular amendment, 1462H, has 2B and 2C. The one regarding the composition of the materials and the other regarding this 150% reservation on here. And I do agree, these are poison pills. I was for this until these were in here. And I mean, well, who doesn't love more regulation? And this is more regulation that's put into here that aren't really helpful ultimately. So that's my final thought on that. Thank you.
This is environmental regulation, right? Representative LaRochelle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm stuck with the bisphenol A. This came to light because it was being used, as I understand, in the liners of canned food. So it was apparently leaching into the food where it became an issue. Now, I'm thinking about, and I wish I had time to look it up, what the environmental fate is of bisphenol A. If you put the blades ground up into a landfill, perhaps it'll go into the leachate. And my next question is it biodegradable? So I'd like to, the fact that it's a phenol suggests to me, and I can't be sure, that it is biodegradable. So I don't see any reason, and it's not that toxic. I mean, the problem was it was leaching into your food, not sitting in a landfill. So I really do not support B until I know more about the environmental fate and it actually getting into the environment in a well-built landfill.
Representative Kaplan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will just piggyback on the comments by my colleague, Representative LaRochelle, to say that, if we're truly concerned about the environmental impact of these technologies and these projects, we would do a thorough bill that would impact on all solar projects and all wind projects, not just the ones that pertain to the municipal program. So I have a hard time thinking that, this is the best approach to try to deal with the waste issue in this case. And my final thought is that here we are in a state, again, with the highest electricity costs, among the highest electricity costs in the country, and our towns and our residents and our constituents are struggling mightily with their property taxes and with their bills. And this is a clear way that we could help people deal with these issues, with the problem of high electricity costs and high energy costs in our state. And instead, we're choosing to make a stand on a spurious concern for solid waste issues, which has never come before our committee before. And so the use of the term poison pill is very appropriate, and it's not so subtle. It's a clear ideologically driven amendment to try to kill this program, just like you killed the Renewable Energy Fund. So let's be clear.
Representative LaRochelle, you may want to turn off your mic.
Thank you.
Representative Lane, did you want to say something?
Yes, please. And thank you for letting me speak. I just did a quick Google, what was it you called it, Dr. Google? Search for BPA. It is considered biodegradable, particularly in water and sediment, where it breaks down relatively quickly through I can't even say it, activity. While it does not persist for long periods in the environment, it can still pose contamination risks during its degrading process and is not easily biodegradable in all environmental conditions. So, but it is, and it can break down, the half-life is 5 days. So again, it's just Google, it's the AI stuff. I'm not an expert, but I wanted to get that information out because we seem to be imposing a different standard on these types than we are on oil, natural gas, and coal. So I just don't understand why we're doing different standards for different types of energy.
Thank you. Representative Harrington.
Yeah, following up on that, it seems as if not only we not doing this with coal or oil, we don't have any coal left, so we don't have to worry about that, but we're not doing it with other solar. So, I mean, if we're going to be consistent here, we ought to apply this to, it doesn't make any difference whether the solar panel's installed at 4.5 megawatts and it's owned by a county, or it's 4.5 megawatts and it's owned by a private generator. One would be covered under this law and one wouldn't be. That's just not being consistent. So if there's a need to do this, maybe we ought to look further into, because there seems to be some debate on exactly how contaminating these substances are and how often they're used. I think we should probably look into this further before we start putting requirements on only municipal, but not on private. Like the one that we were told that was built was 4.99 megawatts by the utility. If they want to build another one, they would not be covered under this bill. But if someone in town wants to put up a 2 megawatt solar facility, they would be. So we're just not being consistent. I think this is a move too fast and we haven't considered enough.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of Amendment 1462H.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
No,
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschenier,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
No.
Representative Partial,
No.
Representative Kaplan,
No.
Representative Corman,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative La Rochelle,
No.
Representative Swanson,
No.
Representative Davis,
No.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
9-9.
So by a vote of 9-9, the amendment fails. I will now move Amendment 1453H, which I will pass out to the committee. The difference between this amendment, as you will see in just a moment, and the amendment that we just voted on is that this amendment does not contain section 2B, 2C, and 2D. It's simply contains section 2A as rewritten earlier and described earlier. So it is essentially the same amendment without sections 2B through D.
You have a second?
Now, I recognize Representative Summers for a second.
I second the motion.
Okay, moved and seconded that we adopt Amendment 1453H. Discussion. The only change that this amendment makes, substantive change to the bill that this amendment makes, is it changes the tariff period or the financing period from 20 years to 15 years. And it also simplifies the language and reduces the time period over which this recovery can be made from basically now until the 15 years. Discussion on this amendment. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have the same exception I did when we discussed the last amendment, in that it is about providing the consistency of the tariff to be available for customers, for municipalities who are entering into these agreements for up to 20 years, which is for them, according to them, what they need in order to make the numbers work so that they can provide the kind of return on investment that would allow them to be making these investments. And so although I understand that there can be alternative guarantees for how long the tariffs will be in place, I think there isn't any real good argument for providing them with less of that stability. 20 years goes by pretty fast, and I think we should try and supply as much economic relief as we can to the municipalities that are asking us for this legislation.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with you because I supplied the logic and the rationale for using a 15-year financing term based on data that came from industry, the financing industry. I'm not going to repeat it all because I stated it once, but that is the argument. Further discussion. Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I'm a little disappointed we didn't get the other amendment passed. This would be the second time this committee failed to start a disposal program for solar panels. The last time was, I believe, when we were in the minority, and Representative Plett had submitted a very good plan for disposal of panels, and it was soundly rejected at the time. But being as it is, I am in favor of this amendment for the 15-year, based on the chair's research and comments. I do have to support this amendment as well.
Representative Partial.
Yes, that's to provide a little bit of clarity to Representative Thomas, or Vice Chair Thomas. I was here when Fred Platt did submit that bill, and you did have a majority at the time. So
My correction still failed.
So, oh, yes. And it's not that I am opposed to extended producer responsibility for solar panels. I do think sometimes it's treated as a low-hanging fruit because it is such a novel technology. But the fact is we have plenty of polluters out there already who are doing far worse damage to our environment than solar panels. And I would support any extended producer responsibility bill that would brought forward concerning panels or any other aspect. But I don't think the proper place for it is in a bill of this nature that our business community has been asking for some time, and that we should be trying to enable, where we say we're open for business there in New Hampshire. Here's our chance to once again vote to say that we are open for business, all business, and provide another tool in our energy producers' hands. And I don't understand why we're bickering over a 5-year difference. I just don't see it, because I think that we don't need to tie the hands of these people who are doing the bonding. I just don't get it.
Well, I would respectfully argue that the 5-year difference is based on who is going to pay those costs, and that is ratepayers. Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm pleased about the KISS applied to this. Keep it simple. Didn't have a whole bunch of additional qualifications, requirements, regulations added to it. So back to where I'm much more comfortable to, and I'm okay with 15 versus 20. And I hear the arguments, understand them, but the net benefit is a plus. So I'm up with that. Thank you.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fail to see the argument that the difference between a 15-year and a 20-year term would be that the ratepayers make out better. I don't see it. However, I do believe the testimony that you present about the finance industry being, seeing a 15-year as a normal length of time for a project of this sort. I do believe that is probably true. So I'm okay with this also.
Representative Mickey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just looking at my notes on the back of the bill from the hearing, and we had quite a few people testify, but one of the notes I have here is from a 3.25 megawatt Rockingham County facility that would fall under this bill if it passes. And the testifier spoke to the fact that they would lose 6 years, and if they did, that it would be $800,000 to $870,000 in losses in terms of what they're returning to the people that they're trying to bring benefit to. So I think, while I think the argument of which instrument is preferable or whether they both work, I think you can make that argument. But I wish that we as a committee understood better the implications that the financial implications that we are having for existing municipal projects that would be suffering the consequences of this decision if it would affect their ability to recover all the money that they had basically scoped out when they initially entered into the project. So I think that's my concern for maintaining the 20-year tariff, is to make sure that they have the consistency that they thought they had when they entered into the financial encumbrances that they have on behalf of their counties. If we don't know what that economic impact is, then we shouldn't move forward with 15. It's not what you like, what I like. It's how is it going to hit the people that are going to be affected. So that would be my argument.
Just to clarify, the gentleman who testified that you're talking about, Mr. Nickerson, he's actually the treasurer of Rockingham County. I know him well. Have spent a lot of time listening to his discussion. He was here to represent a organization called the Association of Counties or something like that. So he was using the solar array in Rockingham County as an example. He wasn't of the kinds of projects that might get built. He wasn't saying that the Rockingham County system would lose money because it's not financed. It's all paid for. So he was just using the Rockingham County solar array as an example, but it's not that Rockingham County is going to lose any money if this bill passes. I just wanted to make that clear. Further discussion. Ms. Lane, Representative Lane?
Thank you. I would be remiss as a Merrimack County representative and commissioner not to raise again that I think the Merrimack County facility did speak at the hearing, as I recall, and 20 years made a big difference. And part of I also used to do financing for alternative energy projects and worked with the commercial folks, and those terms and stuff change. And it can be volatile, but financing any big project can be volatile and the standards change. But what we heard is that 20 years has been the standard and it has worked. If 15 years is all that they can get, then they will have to go to 15 years. But if they can do 20 and it benefits the taxpayers or the ratepayers, then I think we should at least give them the ability to make that financial decision on their own without imposing it, without being I'm not a professional banker, commercial banker, so I couldn't make that decision. And I just think we should let these particularly, I would be remiss if I didn't speak up for the Merrimack County project. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no further discussion, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of Amendment 1453H.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes?
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Duchenier,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
No.
Representative Partial,
No.
Representative Kaplan, Representative Corman,
No.
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 Yes.
No.
Yes. Okay, by a vote of 12 to 6, the committee adopts Amendment 1453H. And I now move on to the question of ought to pass as amended. I made that motion and Representative Summers seconded it. So can we move directly to the vote? In that case, I'll ask the clerk, as soon as he is prepared to do so, to call the roll on the question. Representative Partial.
Yes, I would like to say that, let's add to this before we vote. I will be voting for this bill, but with severe conflicted thoughts, because I don't see the 15-year bonding as being effective. But I will nevertheless support the bill because I like the basic concept of it. I think we need to continue this conversation.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the motion of ought to pass as amended for House Bill 530, Senate Bill 538 FN.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Duchenier,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Corman,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
18-0.
By a vote of 18 to 0, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass as amended for Senate Bill 538 FN. This is an early bill, which I suspect means that it cannot go on consent. So I will write the committee report.
It's an FN. That's why it's on consent.
No, it's an early bill, so, and it does have a fiscal note. So I'm going to guess that it probably will go to finance
Okay.
or Ways and Means, one or the other. So I don't think we could put this on consent. Okay, so we'll close the executive session on Senate Bill 538. That leaves us with one executive session to finish, and that's HB 540. Hopefully, we'll have an amendment from OLS by 1 o'clock. So I'd ask everybody to return here by 1 or 1:05 after lunch. for the continuation of exec session. Thank you very much.
This is too weird. So I went to check to see if Tom
session on House Bill 540 relative to portable solar generation devices. As you will recall, we were waiting for a new amendment based on a draft that Representative Corman had submitted. During the lunch break, however, I learned that the utilities had some problems with some of the language in the Corman amendment. And so I would like to ask Michael Licata of Eversource to outline for us what the utilities might object to. And once we hear that, after speaking to some other stakeholders during the lunch break, I'm going to probably suggest that we move forward with a different amendment, the amendment that I originally created for House Bill 540. So, Mr. Licata, and, I see Mr. O'Meara is up here too. Please explain to us what concerns you have.
Oh, thank you. And I did ask Mr. O'Meara to join me because I know Unitil is reviewing. And so I'd just say, one, I very much appreciate Representative Corman sharing this with us. You know, as the committee knows, and anybody who's been kind of on the email chain for these bills, there's a lot of different stakeholders with a lot of different opinions. I think the utilities are just small contributors to that. We're just trying to make sure that there's nothing problematic in the language. And we certainly recognize, as the committee has discussed, like there's, enforcing any of this is a challenge. So I'll just touch on one or two issues, and then Mr. O'Meara can touch on his. So during the hearing, I had raised a concern that a non-net metered AMR meter, so that's the standard meter that an Eversource customer would have, if there are inadvertent exports due to having the solar, portable solar plugged in, those will show up as and register as usage. So the customer is essentially getting charged for their exports. Now that's unfortunate. And we had raised this in the Senate, and working with Senator Waters, talked about, is there some education we can do around this? But we did want to make it very clear in the bill that the customer would be responsible for those charges. In the amendment that Representative Corman shared, seems to be an attempt to capture that issue, but it only limits the utility's ability to collect transmission and distribution charges. So only two components of a bill. So the language in Representative Vosa's amendment that we had a chance to work on it and review is broader. It just allows the utility to collect any fees associated with the usage, if there are any, with the usage of the device. So just as the language is written, we can't kind of segment out what's coming from the panel and sort of different charges. So we just wanted to flag that as a concern. And then Mr. O'Meara can touch on a couple others.
Thank you. Before you do that, Alex, could you point me to the language in the amendment that allows you to collect those charges?
Which amendment?
The Vose amendment?
Yep.
Number 1452H?
I have an electronic copy, but if you have a paper copy, I could do it quicker. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sure. So the whole section starts on line 23 of page 1. An electric distribution utility shall not require a customer using a compliant plug-in solar generation system to, and then if you go to line 28C, pay any fee related to the system, because we're not looking for any sort of interconnection fee. And here's the important clause, except any charges that the system incurs through its use.
Okay, good, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. O'Meara.
Sorry.
Oh, wait a minute, one more question. Representative Harrington?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just trying to get this straight, so how this would work. If you're using a competitive supplier, so let's just say 10 kilowatt hours go out. And so that would be an additional charge of 10 kilowatt hours, and then that would be distributed. Some of that payment would go to the competitive supplier, and some would go to the utility as far as distribution and transmission charges?
It would simply look on our billing systems through our meters that 10 more kilowatts were
Okay,
used
so
that
just
month.
however the first
Correct.
500 were going, the next 10 would follow.
Correct. And I would say, and I think Mr. O'Meara's going to touch on this, but this issue is interrelated to that 1,200 watt
Right, max.
limitation, because we're trying to kind of right-size these so we don't want to be charging our customers for their inadvertent exports. So, try to avoid sending power back.
Okay, Representative Mattson.
Just real quick, so with these solar panels, you're getting power that you're not paying for. So if you're not using and this is over the whole month, but then there's a time frame where it's going back, you're probably still coming out ahead. Is that probably true?
So these would not be net metered. So there wouldn't be a net meter tracking the exports, and we would not be providing compensation. So essentially, any inadvertent exports, again, to us, it will look like usage to the extent that it is exporting, and overall in the system, I mean, obviously these are very, very small, but overall in the system, reducing load, then that would be reconciled essentially through our load settlement process.
Follow up.
Okay, follow up.
So I think what I mean is, like, if you have a solar panel and you're using it because,
Yes.
and then you go away for the day and you're not using it and you go over, weren't you making, your bill was being reduced all the other time though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. As I understand, this is going back to sort of the purpose of the bill was to, obviously put together a framework to use this to offset usage for the customer.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Putting myself in the shoes of a potential balcony solar buyer, and if I was informed of the issue that you're pointing out, I might still consider moving forward with it. And it may not be a showstopper for me. So as long as I'm informed, I might be okay.
All right, this is not a public hearing, so we're just here to hear the objections of the utilities to the Corman Amendment.
I'll be very brief. One of the things that was primary focus to us during the hearing was the idea of right-sizing the amount of plug-in solar that would be possible per meter. And while Representative Corman's does include language that says one device per meter, it does remove what is in Representative Vose, which I'll just call the stakeholder amendment because it does go from a wide range of stakeholders. Page 2, lines 3 and 4. Each metered customer shall be allowed a maximum of one plug-in solar generation system with a maximum inverter output of 1,200 watts AC. That inclusion of 1,200 watts AC was important to us because it effectively caps the amount of wattage rather than leaving it open to system or device in terms of the total that it would ultimately be producing. For our engineering teams, this was an important distinction because it ultimately would, if we're mitigating that, if we're keeping that, then it effectively lowers the potential effects of all the other issues we're talking about from an engineering standpoint in terms of the total amount of system that could be going back onto the distribution system as a whole, or the total number of whatever is going to be going on in terms of the generation at the home. And I recognize that the folks that were looking at this strictly from a building code perspective wanted to keep a lot of this open and left to the UL, but we thought this was an important distinction within the bill itself because unlike talking about what needs to be happening at the home from a safety perspective, This is talking, or at least going to limit what would be happening out on the distribution system as a whole. So that was a major concern of ours, and one of the reasons why we like the bill that was worked on by the stakeholder group as opposed to Representative Corman's version. Another thing that I'll just highlight in Representative Corman's version towards the end, it specifically says that if you are already a net metered customer and you are applying one of these devices, this device is then applicable to the net metering RSAs. My understanding, and again, this is just from working on the bill, but that was something that a number of stakeholders were very concerned about. Because it effectively could leave these new devices as they're plugged in susceptible to needing to follow the entire interconnection process. I've been running that by our engineering folks. They do think that may be the case. They also acknowledge how on earth could you possibly enforce that, which I think is fair and part of the challenge with this bill as a whole. But I did want to flag that as well. Our focus is more on this 1200 watts piece and the importance of that to the bill. And not for nothing, one other thing to add, it says system and not device here because that was a concern of a different stakeholder, making sure that the word system was used throughout. I saw device used frequently in Representative Corman's. And I just flag that because it shows the collaborative nature of the work that went into this bill, because everyone's trying to find a way to get somewhere on this collaboratively.
Okay. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Just the final point is certainly if there are concepts or issues included in Representative Corman's amendment that are not reflected in the stakeholder amendment, I'll just say on behalf of the utilities, we're happy to continue working on this if it goes to a committee of conference. We're not trying to, unnecessarily hold anything up or not consider issues.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So here's what I'm going to suggest. Since we do not have an official copy of the Corman Amendment, and since it is not really widely supported by the stakeholder group that I worked with to prepare my amendment, I'm going to move the adoption of my amendment, 1452H, as a secondary motion to a motion to amend Senate Bill 540 FN to adopt the motion of OTP/A for the bill. And I recognize Vice Chair Thomas for a second.
I second.
So, to go back to the beginning, this amendment, 1452H, was created by a stakeholder group. And it was agreed to, a lot of work went into it. It was agreed to by all the stakeholders. And I think it is the best and safest pathway forward to get this bill to the next step. Now, if it is determined, because Representative Corman did a lot of really good work on this issue, if it is determined that there are other things that could be added to this bill, I suggest that we negotiate with the Senate and ask them to request a committee of conference, and we'll add that stuff after it's been vetted by all the other stakeholders. We'll add that stuff secondarily during a committee of conference. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I would agree with that, that way forward. I wanted to just mention, we had discussed also that on line 30 on page 2, the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering is the IEEE. So that, and it's not Inc., they're not a corporation. So if it goes to a committee of conference, that's another nit, that should be updated so that it reflects what the IEEE actually is.
Understood.
And I think by way of that, and also the points that were made by the utilities, it does make sense for us to try and go to a further step and try and get it combined so that it does everything we want it to do.
Representative Partial.
Thank you, and I think this is an excellent path forward that you're proposing. However, is it possible to accomplish the same thing? And this is a question of process. Can we accomplish the same thing with a floor amendment that we would with a committee of conference? I'm asking, I don't know.
Yes, it's a good question, and it can be done, but, and I'm sure Representative Lane will concur with me here, that floor amendments that are more than a paragraph tend to have a really tough time getting past the members, because Here you are pulling something out of your seat pocket, and if it's 3 pages long, you're going to say no rather than say yes to it.
Yes,
So-
that is true. I've been in that same
So
situation.
I would discourage a floor amendment. I would say a COC might be better. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I'm just imagining a 3-page floor amendment on electrical stuff. Oh, my God. Yeah, yeah. Probably not going to be terribly popular. So IEEE, by the way, is Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. Engineer is that last E in it. Yeah, so, I certainly like my amendment. I understand the issues here. The important thing for me is to move this forward in whatever way we do. So I am okay with the stakeholder amendment and then figuring out in a committee of conference what else should go in. I would hope I would be part of that committee of conference. Because I think it's important to move this forward and get it as right as we can.
Make sure you vote for the bill on the House floor then. Okay. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, we're first going to call the clerk is going to call the roll on the question of the adoption of Amendment 1452H.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative Zaborn Deschenier.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Representative Davis. Oh, okay, sorry. Can't see through all these bodies. Chairman Bose.
Yes.
19-0, right, 17-0.
Okay, by a vote of 17-0, the committee adopts Amendment 1452H. Now we move to the motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 540. And I've already moved the question and gotten a second. Is there any further discussion?
My only discussion is I'll be voting against it.
Okay, that's fine. Seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk, as soon as he has his paperwork ready, to call the roll on the question of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 540.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
No.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative Zaborn Deschenier.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
16-1.
By a vote of 16-1, the committee adopts the motion of OTPA on Senate Bill 540. And it is an early bill, so I suspect we can't put it on the consent calendar even if we wanted to, because it needs to go to finance or somebody, so. Okay, so there will be, I will write the majority report. And Harrington will write the minority report. And I need that by 5 p.m.
Oh, we have my amendment now?
Representative Partial.
Yes, we have a question over here. This is early bill without an FN. Are early bills precluded from being put on consent?
This has an FN.
This has an FN.
It says an FN.
Oh, it does. Okay. Is the FN, is it the early bill or the FN keeps it off?
No, the FN, the fact that it's an early bill means that the clerk has determined that it needs to go to a second committee.
Yes.
And therefore, it needs to be voted out of committee by a certain deadline.
Okay, but whether it has a FN or not, could it have gone on consent if it did not have the FN? That's a basic question.
Oh, I see the question you're asking. It could have if there was no FN.
Okay,
But it
thanks.
also wouldn't be an early bill if there was no FN.
Okay, well, that makes sense too, yeah. Okay,
Also, there's a
great.
minority.
Can you pass the amendments on, just so everybody gets a copy?
Yeah, please pass it on.
Okay, I'm passing out a copy of the Corman Amendment, so you'll have something to refer to later on if it comes up again.
So,
All right,
is Harrington going to do an ITL on his?
yes, Representative Harrington's minority position will be ITL, correct? Yes. All right. So, did anybody have any further thoughts about when or where to have lunch in May? First Monday in May? First Tuesday in May? First Monday's the 4th, first Tuesday's the 5th. Cinco de Mayo.
They're closed on Monday.
Okay, Cinco de Mayo.
Yes. Can have a taco.
Okay, Cinco de Mayo it is. All right, does anybody else have anything else they want to bring to the committee's attention before we adjourn? Okay, seeing none, thank you, everybody. Oh, Representative Mattson.
I just wanted to tell you real quick that mileage is approved for the field trip, just so you know.
Okay, did everybody hear that? Mileage is approved for the hydroelectric dam tour from Granite Place. Okay. All right. Now we're done. Thank you, everybody. Good work.